Hello. You should take a seat. You got to grab a piece of paper here and start on that quiz. Oh, there it goes. Okay, now it works. All right. All right, really quick online. They are taking their verse quiz, which you should be taking sometime today, hopefully, and getting that done. But they are taking their verse quiz right now, and then we will continue on. Let me encourage you, make sure you're listening today. Once we get back on, we're going to go right into our review for our quiz tomorrow. Very important that you listen, pay attention during that time. Write down some of those things to help you. It's be a little bit of a more difficult quiz because these are books of the Bible we're not nearly as familiar with. So we'll go over that and make sure we get all of it, but please make sure that you're listening, paying attention, and we'll start that in just a couple minutes after I collect everybody's quizzes here. All right, I'm going to come by again. If you are done with your quiz, please do me a favor, pick it up and just hand it to me. Right one. All right, if you're not done, no worries. Just keep working on that. And we will get everybody's here in just. Please do make sure. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Done with yours. Grab yours, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I did. I emailed him back. He got it, right? What's that? Oh, did he email yesterday? Oh, so maybe I didn't get it. Okay, because I got one a few days ago that I responded back, but I didn't see that one, so I'll check it today. Not right now. Maybe on Friday. Done. Isn't he done? Grab it, sir. Done. Thank you. Is there anything I need to do for that?
My dad said he wants you guys to, or the teachers to sign it next to when we get our homework assigned.
When you get it assigned? So you know what tomorrow's going to be, right?
Yeah.
Finish your field notes and a quiz. So why don't you write that on there, and then I can go ahead and sign off on that. Thank you. That worked well. Who still has their quiz? Okay, all right. Just want to make sure I know who's got it. Go ahead, keep working. Just wanted to double check. Do me a favor right now. If you're online, I'd like you to go ahead and sign in at this time. So if you're online, go ahead, just let me know that you're here and a part of class today. That way I can give you credit for being here and for being a part of class. Today is my daughter's birthday. She is 7. Does that mean I'm old? Here's what's bad, guys. September, Braden turns 10. Means I would have a child in double digits. No, I'm old. I'm thinking we're taking her out to dinner tonight, maybe like trying to get the senior citizens discount or something like that. That's what I'm thinking, but we'll see. I mean, if I'm old, I might as well get something out of it, right? What's that? What is it? Well, I'm not quite that old. I mean, that's a little hurtful. Okay, you know something? This is totally, I'm sorry, those of you taking quiz, keep working. This is just something I think about. Remember we talked about how people lived quite a bit longer before the flood? Like, when did they become old? Like it couldn't be though, right? I mean, if you live to be like 800, 900 years old, I mean, I don't, like what were the teenage years? Like to 100? Is that when it was like, I was just, I don't know, I think about strange things. I think about like when were they actually like, I mean, I don't know. And then can you imagine how long marriages would last? Hey, we just had our 800th anniversary right there, you know? I mean, it's pretty crazy when you think about it. And again, probably most of you don't think about that, but I think of weird things. Yes?
So does that mean like when people grew old and like say they grew old so they couldn't walk very well or lost their sight, does that mean they may have like lost, they may have lived most of their life not being able to see or walk?
I mean, that's a good question too. When was it like that you got old? When did you get the senior citizens discount? All of these things are just perplexing questions.
Senior citizens discount, not too daunting.
Have to be over 750 years old to get a discount. Like, I don't know how that works. All right, I got everybody's quiz, correct? Please make sure. I know some of you, it's hard when I go at different times because I'm always nervous that somehow you will have thought you gave it to me and you didn't. So check your area, make sure I have that. I want to make sure that you're good there. Okay, here's what we're going to do first. Put everything else away. You can have your Bible stuff out, but put everything else away. What I want to do is spend a little bit of time now going over your quiz for tomorrow. Maybe you heard me sort of announcing it to online students. I do believe this one is a little bit, I don't know, harder. It's just, for many of you, when you take these quizzes, you're familiar with about 80% of the information, and there's just a little bit. This is maybe one, especially these next few, going to be a little bit harder because we're getting into books that we're not as familiar with. I'm going to guess that the book of Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, and Ezekiel are not books that you have a vast amount of knowledge about. All right, it just is the case. So we got to make sure that we know the information. Again, let me say this. I always recommend what we're doing right now. Make sure everything's put away, guys. I'm giving you tomorrow's quiz. There is nothing that will be on tomorrow that I do not give you today. So what I would do is I would have a piece of paper out. You could even use your book somewhere. What you're going to do is if you don't know the answer, how are you going to know it in between today and tomorrow? You're going to have to make sure to go over it. So I would recommend having something out where you write down the ones you do not know. That way you can go over those a few times and know. And by the way, let me say this. Any of the ones you guess and get right, I might write those down as well. Okay, if you know it, if you're like, oh, that's easy, I know that one, that's a different story. But if you have some questions about it, make sure that you write down your first 7 questions are multiple choice, okay? Everything is multiple choice matching or true false on this quiz, so that's a little bit easier. But your first 7 are multiple choice. Here's what I'm going to do, okay? Now this becomes very, very difficult, okay? I'm going to give you the 3 options, 1, 2, or 3, okay? Very, very technical here. If you believe the answer is 1, you're going to put the number 1 up. 2, 3. I know this gets very difficult, okay? Don't use both hands because that'll throw you off. You'll be like, wait, is that 1 or 2? You know, like don't get confused on that. How could you possibly have a question about that? Yes. You know what? That would still be the same thing. That's still 1, 2. I mean, that's still the same. For those of you that are German, I apologize for the confusion that this may cause you, all right? Hopefully it is not traumatic in your future, all right? No more questions about this event. We will go on. Here's what we'll do. Number 1, Isaiah warned the people of Judah that God, because here's your 3 options. Option number 1, they had slaves. Option number 2, they worshipped idols. Option number 3, they killed kings. Why did Isaiah warn the people? Let me do it one more time. 1, they had slaves. 2, they worshipped idols. Or 3, they killed kings. All right, let me see your vote. Let me see your vote. We've got some of you voting, some of you undecided, some of you looking around the room to see what everybody else voted for. The answer should be number 2. They worshipped idols. They worshipped idols. Isaiah warned the people of Judah was going to punish them because they worshipped idols. Question number 2. How did Isaiah feel when he saw the throne of God in his vision? Remember Isaiah chapter number 6, we talked about that. How did he feel? Number 1, guilty. Number 2, happy. Number 3, peaceful. Number 1, guilty. 2, happy. 3, peaceful. How did Isaiah feel? Let me see your votes. It should be number 1. Number 1, he felt guilty. Remember he said, woe is me. Yes, sir. Because he saw who God was and he saw the fact he didn't measure up. That's what. And any time in the Bible where you really see somebody seeing who God is, that is their response. Remember Peter, to cast his net on the other side, he does, and he catches all those fish. And Peter comes up there, I'm not worthy, basically, and that's the same type of response here. It's not meaning that he's guilty of, you know, oh, he knows about that sin I did. It's just saying I don't measure up to God. Yes, ma'am. How did Isaiah feel when he saw the throne of God in his vision? And he felt guilty. This one should be one of your easiest questions on the quiz. Who fulfilled Isaiah's predictions about the Messiah? Who fulfilled Isaiah's predictions about the Messiah? Was it number 1, Moses? Number 2, Daniel? Or number 3, Jesus? Who fulfilled Isaiah's predictions about the Messiah? 1, Moses, 2, Daniel, 3, Jesus. I'll get this one right. All right, it is number 3. Jesus fulfilled Isaiah's prophecies about the Messiah. Number 4, when Jeremiah preached, the kings and priests, when Jeremiah preached, what were the kings and priests' response? 1, they repented. 2, beat him and tried to kill him. Or 3, asked him to pray for them. When Jeremiah preached, the kings and priests, 1, repented. 2, beat him and tried to kill him. And 3, asked him to pray for them. What is your answer? 1, 2, or 3? Let me see. Should be number 2. They beat him and tried to kill him. Beat him and tried to kill him. This one I think we filled in, and I don't know if I really pointed this out, so let me make sure. Lamentations is a what? Lamentations is a what? Let me give you your choices. A poem, a letter to the king, or a book of wise sayings. A poem, a letter to the king, or a book of wise sayings. Let me just give you the answer. That should be a poem. Okay, it should be a poem. Lamentations is a poem. Would be number 1. Lamentations, or what number? It's number 5, your question. Lamentations is a poem. A poem. This one I know we went over a few times. Ezekiel preached in what location? Ezekiel preached in what location? Choices are Assyria, number 1, Babylon, number 2, or Jerusalem, number 3. Assyria, Babylon, or Jerusalem. Where did Ezekiel preach? The correct answer should be, it seems like should be number 2. Number 2. And in case you dispute, a city near Kabar River in the land of the Chaldeans. So he preached in Babylon. Ezekiel preached in Babylon. Don't get confused on that. Now again, he's giving this message to the people in Jerusalem, but he's not there at the time. Ezekiel's job as a watchman was to, number 1, offer sacrifices for the people. 2, warn people of God's judgment. Or 3, stand guard in the tower. Ezekiel's job as a watchman was to offer sacrifices for the people. 2, warn people of God's judgment. Or 3, stand guard in a tower. Correct answer should be, looks like most of us have it, number 2. Warn people of God's judgment. That is all of the matching that you have there. So now let's go to, all of the multiple choice. Now we're going to go to the matching section, okay? Matching section. I'm going to read you they're going to be about prophets, but let me read you a definition. Tell me what the answer, what word means anointed one? What word means anointed one? I think we wrote this down when we were looking at the book of Isaiah. It's a word we use quite a bit. Maybe we don't fully understand the meaning of it. Cody, what would you say? Anointed one? Messiah. Messiah. Anointed one is the Messiah. Now we're going to go into 3 of the prophets we talked about, the 3 main ones. What prophet acted out his prophecies? Which one of the prophets acted out his prophecies? Chase? Ezekiel. Remember Ezekiel, we call him God's actor. Ezekiel acted out God's prophecies. Which prophet witnessed the fall of Jerusalem and wept over it? Witnessed the fall of Jerusalem and wept over it. Emma? For what? Matching. It's matching. Which one witnessed the fall? Yes. Jeremiah. Jeremiah witnessed the fall of Jerusalem, wept over it. Last one in this section. Contains many messianic prophecies. His book contains many messianic prophecies. Who is that? Yes, sir. Isaiah. Isaiah. Isaiah contains many messianic prophecies. Sir? M-E-S-S-I-A-N-I-C. Messianic prophecies. His book contains many messianic prophecies. All right, now, true, false. True, false. And here, again, it gets a little bit confusing here. You're going to raise your right hand if it is true, your left hand if it is false. Okay, right? Just to illustrate, this would be your right hand, this would be your left hand. Okay, just in case any confusion from anybody there. There are 3 major prophets in the Old Testament books. 3 major prophets. So remember the books of the Bible. There are 3 books of the Bible that fall into the old or into the major prophets category. Right hand if true, left hand if false, both hands if you have no idea. It should be false. It should be false. There are 3 major prophets in the Old Testament books. There are 5 of them. Ezekiel is called the weeping prophet. Ezekiel is called the weeping prophet. Right hand true, left hand false. Ezekiel is the weeping prophet. Jeremiah. Jeremiah is the weeping prophet. Not leaping. That's what I about said. Weeping. No, it's just true, false. Just true, false. I just want to make sure you guys know why it is, what it is. In his vision, Isaiah saw an angel that touched to purify him. In his vision, Isaiah saw an angel that touched a coal to his lips to purify him. Right hand true, left hand false. Looks like most of us have this one down. That is true. That is true. Isaiah predicted that Jesus would be born. Isaiah predicted that Jesus would be born of a virgin. Right hand true, left hand false. Should be true. True. Isaiah 7:14. Ezekiel was a priest. True or false? Ezekiel was a priest. If you're confused, you could look at the board and it might help you a little bit. It should be true. Ezekiel was a priest. True. And then last question of your quiz. Isaiah wrote Lamentations. Isaiah wrote Lamentations. True or false? Isaiah writes Lamentations. It should be false. False. Who wrote Lamentations? Who is the weeping prophet? Jeremiah. Okay. Really, remember this. This will help you, okay? There's really 3 questions on this quiz. I believe there's 3. Yeah, 3 questions where if you just remember that, I almost said it wrong there, Jeremiah is the weeping prophet. If you really remember that, it will help you on 3 questions. I think one of them witnessed the fall of Jerusalem and wept over it. Weeping, Jeremiah. One just straight up, Ezekiel is called the weeping prophet. No, that's false because Jeremiah is that. Then the last one, Isaiah wrote Lamentation. Remember, we looked up the definition of Lamentations, what that means, talking about weeping. So if you remember that Jeremiah is the weeping prophet, there's 3 questions that you should be able to get pretty easily. You just got to remember who it is. Okay? Yes, sir. There are 3 major prophets in the Old Testament books, and that is false because there are 5. All right, guys. That's your quiz. Hey, if you have any questions, see me after class, and we will do that. What I want to do today, finish up, let me find page 159. Page 159, I want us to finish getting in the things that God had Ezekiel act out. Remember, we looked at many of them already, very, very strange, things that you wouldn't really want to do, but we're going to look at just a couple more and fill those in. So let me get to that. We've already filled these ones in, already talked about them. Let me get to the one where we're looking. I think was this the last one we did? Okay. Here's the last 2. He was supposed to eat and drink as he did it. Act as if he was. And why? Because it was a sign that the children of Israel would be scared. They would be eating with fear and anxiety. Again, why are they eating with fear and anxiety? Because right outside their gates, you have the Babylonian army coming to, again, remember, they're coming to punish them for basically trying to rebel against what they had set up. So he was supposed to tremble as he ate and drank. He was supposed to weep in public. Weeping, of course, just another name for crying. Supposed to cry in public, and again, it was signifying the fact that the people of Israel would be weeping of the city. Again, remember what's happening here. He's already sort of, when God has him shave his hair, remember what he's supposed to do? Burn a third of it. He's supposed to strike a third of it with a sword, take a third of it, throw it up in the air. You're talking about really the utter destruction of a nation. And here, of course, there's going to be weeping. Man, people are going to lose family members. Some family members are going to end up like what we talked about yesterday as Daniel and even as Ezekiel, where they're taken away, never to really return. This is a very, very difficult time, is what's going to happen. Now, again, this has not happened yet. He is prophesying that this is going to happen, but it has not happened yet. But he is showing the people what is going to happen if they do not change their ways. And I think it's important that we understand that all of these things came to pass just the same as he said they would. Let me go to the last two here. To draw a map with two routes for the king of Babylon to follow. The king's decision to take the road to Jerusalem and to destroy it. There were a couple different ways that they could have come. Ezekiel basically is telling the people, this is how Nebuchadnezzar will come. This is where he is coming from. And again, think about what he's saying to them here. Guys, you can know everything that Nebuchadnezzar is going to do, but there's no way you can stop it. It's like some of you, maybe you played basketball before, maybe even football, and there's a play that's drawn up, and you know that the other team is going to do this play. And they still do it, and it works. You knew it was coming. That's very demoralizing because you know exactly what they're going to do, but they still make it work. It's like, well, how are we going to stop them? This is what Ezekiel is telling the people. Hey, you can know exactly what's going to happen, but don't trust in your army. Don't trust in your knowledge, because God has decided to judge. Understand something. When God decides to judge, it doesn't matter what you want to trust in. And that's the scary thing as people who live in this country. We have maybe the greatest military in the world, but if God is against it, it will not stand. It does not matter what you have, and that's what Ezekiel is telling them. And let me give you the last one. This one, a much more personal one for Jeremiah. His wife died, and he was told over the fact, not too much, the fact that his wife died. Jerusalem will fall. Their pride and joy. And this we don't quite understand as well, but I'm saying the temple is like the thing. They thought the temple would never fall. They said God's presence is there, so it will never be destroyed. And God's saying, no, my presence is gone. The temple will be destroyed. And when all of this goes on, there will be no mourning. What's he saying? There's not really going to be a lot of people left there to mourn. He's talking about complete destruction. And this is what's going to happen. Again, God warned them. Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, they've all been about. You have to turn. You have to change. Now we're good. God's saying, okay, I've tried. But because you have not listened, this is what's going to happen. And again, it happens exactly like what it said. And when we started a little bit, the book of Daniel, it's just happened. All of these things that Ezekiel prophesied have just happened. And now we come to the book of Daniel. And we'll continue on there tomorrow. Tomorrow, really quick, field notes need to be done. Let me say this. Some of you either conveniently or really do forget your field notes like every week at home. It doesn't help you at home. They've got to be here to get a grade. If you forget them at home, you're getting a 0. If you don't ever turn them into me, that's what you get. So have them here. Here's what I would do. I would do them right today. Wait a second. Do them today. That way you don't have to take them home. If you don't take them home, you can't leave them there. Leave them here, and I'm pretty sure nobody's going to go through your stuff and steal your field notes this week. I'm pretty sure that you'll be safe there. And then you have your Bible book quiz. Make sure you're ready for that. Tomorrow's Friday, so if you guys have questions about the Bible, we can look at those as well. All right? You guys can be dismissed. If you have any questions about the quiz, you can see me. All right? Those of you online, I'm going up to the office right now. I will set the quiz out there, and you can come pick it up. You do need to pick up this quiz. Again, verse quizzes you don't need to pick up. This quiz you do need to pick up. So make sure that you come in, pick this quiz up either today, tomorrow, or you can pick it up on Monday, and then I have to have it by the end of the day on Monday. All right? Thank you guys so much.
Okay, good morning, DLs. Good morning, class. Good morning, everybody. Hope you had a good, restful night. Chase? Chase? What's up? Okay. Sharpened? Oh. Okay. Shh. We're on lesson 92 to 93. That's on the bottom of page, what was that, 9? Page 6. Okay. Okay. Let's get into this. Maybe we can finish a little early. Okay. But before we get into the lesson itself, take out a piece of paper. What? Take out a piece of paper for a reading quiz, really short one. Okay, thank you. Jezreel, let's see, I got 3 viewers. Looks like Mia, Emily, and Jezreel. Good. Gotcha. Okay, tomorrow we have quiz 21. Okay? No, sorry. We've had to adjust my thing, so quiz 20. Hey, stop, please. We'll probably be on Monday. Okay? But we'll see how far we can get today. Okay? In our notes. Okay, ready? Reading quiz. Here we go. Okay, hang on. Got to be over here. There we go. 5 questions. Shh. Remember, DLs, if you want credit for these, you need to let me know what it is that you got. Okay? Put on there what the reading quiz. So this one is what, lesson 92, 93. Okay? Or even today's date would be fine. Shh, Cody. Aaron. Is there anybody not finished? Okay, here's your answers. Okay, Micah, 5. Erica, Cody, Jasmine, Natalie, 4. Okay. I couldn't hear you because someone was talking. Destiny,
5.
Chase, Brianna. I'll come back to you. Brianna. My eyes skipped the line. Ariana? Aaron? Cheyenne? Bella? 5. Jose? Jason? 5. Jaden? Emma? John? Hudson? Oh, Tyler? Eliana? Kayla? Joey? And Elias. Okay, cool. Easy way to check attendance too. Okay. Let's see what you think. Actually, I'm going to do a little review, I think. What is the transfer of heat by electromagnetic waves? I don't like about this, I can't see my answers over here. Radiation. What is the ratio of the solar radiation reflected by an object to the solar radiation that strikes? Albedo. Okay. What is the solar energy that does reach the surface of the Earth? Shh. Insolation. What is the unit used to measure the amount of energy that something gains, loses, or uses in 1 second? Okay. Let's see if you are thinking properly here. Your first statement on your notes says, what factors affect the amount of insulation? I have 4 of them down there, but maybe you have something else. But give me see if you match what I have on the notes, okay? Give me some feedback. We're on page 6 of your notes. Boys, in the middle, please, whatever's going on, stop, okay? What could affect the amount of insulation that the Earth receives? Hudson? Clouds? Okay. Keep track of these in your mind, okay? Clouds, what else could do it? The atmosphere, a little bit more explanation on that one.
The ozone layer, it's thick enough where it could possibly slow down.
Okay. Because the atmosphere is slowing the rate. Okay, good. Brianna? The length of daytime? Okay. Anybody else? Hudson? How close we are to the sun? Okay. Earth's orbit around the sun? Okay. Okay. I have 4. Here they are. Cloudy weather, clouds. Length of day or daytime. The angle of the sun's rays. That could be involved with how far we are from the sun. Okay? Shh. That could also depend upon where you are on the earth and where the sun is and the angle that the rays are coming from the sun and where it's hitting the earth, okay? And then the earth's distance from the sun. You guys hit them all. Very good. Very, 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 very good. Okay? Do you have these down? Uh, I don't have that.
No, I wrote that on accident.
Oh.
So it's like the earth distance, like distance of your body from your body.
What are you doing now? Up
I
here?
was missing one again.
Okay.
She's copying it off while doing that.
When you're done, back there, okay? Okay, everybody done with this? The only homework you got tonight is reading pages 201 and 203, so it's an easy night for you. Okay? Unless you want to work ahead. Okay, everybody done? Okay.
You disabled my iPhone. You disabled it for 5 minutes. What? Ew. He took it and then disabled it for 5 minutes. Do you,
With the evidence in your hand.
what is this? What is this?
That is an iPhone.
She disabled it herself.
Okay, put it away. Quiet, quiet, and quiet. Quiet. Jose, you're done? Anybody else not done? Okay. Now, we talked about the angle, okay, or we mentioned about the angle of the sun to the earth, the rays. This is in the ellipse, okay? I think Cody mentioned about it's our rotation around the sun, or rotation of the earth, and as we revolve around the sun, you get the differences in isolation that way. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. So the shape of the Earth's orbit is an ellipse, okay, or a symmetrical oval. When we get closest to the sun, we come into the point of what's called the perihelion. Okay, it's the Earth's closest point to the sun. It receives about 7% of the rays at this point. Okay. The other part is the aphelion, and that's the farthest point. So we are not revolving around the sun at the same distance at all times, okay? That's a given fact that most of you know or should know, okay? You have this almost in every class period that you've had so far of science. Now, the Earth's budget, the energy budget of the Earth. This is the amount of energy that is available to heat the Earth's land, the Earth's water, and its air. Okay? So if we look at this chart, now these numbers might not be totally accurate, but they give us a good representation of it. The incoming solar energy is 100% because we're getting all of what we're getting. Well, that gets broken up because some of it, 6%, is reflected back into the atmosphere. 20% is reflected back into the clouds. Okay? 4% is reflected from the Earth's surface. 64% is radiated to space from the clouds. 6% is radiated directly to space from Earth itself. Okay, your 15% gets radiated or absorbed by the atmosphere. Huh? Yes, it does. 16% is absorbed by the atmosphere. 3% is absorbed by the clouds. 7% conduction and rising air happens here. And then, look at the bottom there, the one in the green. Carried to clouds, acid, atmosphere by latent heat in water vapor is 2.3%. That is a point, right?
Yeah.
Nope, just 23%. And absorbed by the lands and oceans, you're 51%. So it gets broken up quite a bit. Okay? If we kept the 100%, we would be scorched all the time. Okay? And yet it gets broken up to how to create this this moderate climate that we have across the globe. Most of the heat or the heating occurs as the sun heats the land and seas of the earth, which in turn then warm the air nearest them. So as it's coming down, hitting or warming the area, it's bouncing back up. It's being reflected. How far it gets reflected, it's going to come back down. And the closer that the reflection is, the quicker something gets warmed up. But it's going to constantly keep bouncing back and forth, reflecting back and forth as it heats the sun. Then it gradually rises through the atmosphere and dissipates out there in space. The atmosphere is also heated by infrared or heat radiation. It comes from both the sun and the earth surface, absorbed by carbon dioxide and water vapor in the atmosphere or troposphere. And so then that in turn reflects down and absorbs or heats up our surface. Then additional heating occurs in the ozone layer and in the thermosphere. Remember, those are the layers that are further out there, okay? As the gas molecules are absorbing those incoming radiations, okay? If they didn't absorb some of that radiation, then we would get the full 100% of radiation on Earth. And that would not be good at all. So we have what's called the greenhouse effect, okay? The greenhouse effect is just the process of trapping heat in the Earth's atmosphere, okay? And this happens because it bounces off the surface of the Earth, up into the clouds, down to the Earth, and it just kind of keeps going. And as it's bouncing off, remember, you have what's called the angle of reflection. If the rays are coming in at a 40, it's going to bounce off at a 40. And that 40 degrees keeps going on, okay? And as it travels around the Earth, okay, the angle may change based upon what it's reflecting off of, but it's going to keep going around the Earth, and that is creating our moderate temperature. So it's helping to trap these water vapors, the carbon dioxide, and the various other gases that God has specifically percentaged out so that we can breathe properly. And that's what we call the greenhouse gases. Okay, everybody with me so far? Okay. Most important and abundant greenhouse gas is your water vapor. That was building since the beginning of class. Oh, I am exhausted. I don't know why this week I am just. I could lay down right now and just fall asleep. I have not done anything to her this week. Okay? Huh?
No, he has
Yeah.
something in mind, that's why.
Let's put it this way.
Said that.
Let's put it this way. I never plan to tease a student. It always just comes because former students, what have I said about me teasing you? Okay? The information that I get is the ammunition you give me, right? Okay? Now, when I tease you about different things, it's because it's what you have given me, what I have observed over the period of time, okay? Shh. What I have observed over the period of time, and so now you have given that to me, so I have to use it somehow to you, okay? And some of you get it back more than others, okay? Some of you haven't even gotten it back yet. And I'm still trying to figure out how to do that. And it'll come. Right, Elias? It'll come. Okay, so our most abundant gas, greenhouse gas, is your water vapor, which could explain part of why our body is, 75% water? Okay. Okay, 70, whatever, something like that percent. I can't remember the exact percent. Now, these greenhouse gases, they come from your solar radiation. So if they're coming from the solar radiation, that in turn proves that the sun itself is just a sphere of gases. Okay? The warmest part of the day occurs well after noon. Generally about 3 o'clock is the warmest part of the day. Okay? And because of the greenhouse effect, the warmest part of the day is not noon. Okay?
Oh, I can give you number
Okay.
8. Because we
Just
have
a minute. We'll get there.
Oh, and the moon is like brightest.
Huh?
What was D?
Solar radiation. Sorry, did you get it? I got a itchy thumb today. Yep. Yep. Okay, my trigger. Okay. Was he asleep?
He was just like laying down like this.
Oh. Okay. Oh, that made my hour. Okay. Sorry, DLs, you got the blunt of that because of the mic right next to my chin. Okay. Sorry about that. I'll have to remember that next time. But if I hold it over, then the class in here knows what's coming. So, yeah. Okay, that was radiation. This is where we were at. Okay. The time of the day.
So I'm like, that's like, or try not to get scared as much.
If you've had me long enough, you know when those times are coming and what could affect those times. Okay? See, it's never planned, it's always spontaneous, and the spontaneous developments is always what's nice with the spontaneous reactions. Okay? For you to jump 3 feet off your chair was great. Okay? Okay. Yeah. I'm just getting you prepared for the summer when Disneyland and all them open up. That way you can get on the roller coasters and you can be ready to pop out of your.
I love roller coasters. They're so fun.
Okay. Moving on. Okay. So, question for number 8. We've had a volunteer. Number 8, Bella. It says, what is the reason why Earth does not lose its heat as quickly at night as the moon does?
The Earth has an atmosphere and it's not white, so it doesn't reflect it off.
It's not what?
It's not white.
White? Okay. That's a good jab at this. Okay. And pretty close. Deals with that.
Ooh, I said it. I called it.
Yep. There's a blanket out there. Okay. It's a very insulated blanket that keeps us nice and toasty warm because it's trapping the heat underneath it and then thus warming the Earth's surface.
Hey, Mr. Brown.
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't it be certain atmospheric gases act as a blanket instead of acts?
If you want to be grammatically perfect, yes. Yes. Huh? Oh, she's majorly concentrating on these words up here, trying to get it all down. I don't want to distract her thoughts right now. But as scared as she got, everybody else in here, most everybody jumped too, so.
I didn't. I don't get good.
So in the wintertime, right around December 25th, someplace in that area, this blanket changes design, okay? Because around December 25th, you have this object that's flying through the air, okay? And the faster it goes, it's leaving a trail behind it. And that trail that it's leaving behind it leaves imprints on this blanket, okay, of some Christmas form, okay?
You know how much your lungs was from? Just get all the less, so we don't want to hear it.
He's really rare. Okay.
My ears just here.
Anybody not finished with this? Okay. So with this greenhouse effect, we have the heat distribution in our atmosphere. Widespread warmth because of this blanket. Okay. The Earth's surface is constructed of many different materials that absorb, radiate, or reflect heat from the sun in widely varying amounts. And we looked at those percentages earlier. The major reason that Earth distribution varies is the different energy absorption quantities of the water and the land. With this insulation, it warms water much more slowly than it warms the land. Okay? Now, keep in mind, we'll go back a couple lessons. We talked about the various colors. And the darker colors absorb more heat. Okay? Water is not one of your darker colors. Matter of fact, in small quantities, it's clear. But as you look at it in big quantities, it turns to a blue because of the reflection and also the molecules that are in the water itself. And sometimes depends upon how deep it is, the reflection off of the surface itself or the floor below it. Okay. So since the dirt is warm or darker, it's going to absorb more heat. Okay, and a lot quicker in that aspect. Okay, that's why it takes forever for a watched pot of water to boil. Actually, no, that's not right. Okay, just seeing if I could get a chase on that one. Okay, it's going to boil the same type, same amount, same length of time, no matter if you're watching or not watching it. It just seems longer. Okay. Okay, everybody done? I heard a no in there. I heard yeses too. Just two more to go, or one more. So insulation warms water much more slowly than it warms land. Therefore, number 2, okay. Water takes longer to heat up. Number 2, ready? Water holds heat much longer than land does. And so all this is happening because of our blanket of absorption. You were ready for something else, weren't you? So technically, everywhere you go, you are taking your blanket with you. Okay? And based upon that thought, DLs, enjoy your day. We'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow do we have a quiz? Tomorrow Monday we'll have a quiz, 21. Okay? So, we'll decide that tomorrow, but Monday right now, it's on Monday right now. Okay? Deals? May the warmth be with you throughout the day. Okay? We'll see you later.
All right, page 238. Jose, take your hat off. Destiny, put your mask on. Ari, put your mask on. Bella, mask. All right, Evolution, written by James H. Hunter. I don't have a, what's it called? No USB thing to put my slide on yet, so you're just gonna have to listen to me when I say the theme of this work. Okay, so the theme of this work, let me pull it up really quickly. It was written by James H. Hunter. Okay, James H. Hunter, just a little bit of background on him. He was a Canadian author known for his Christian fiction works such as How Sleep the Brave and Thine is the Kingdom. He was named in 1956 as the Zondervan Publishing Company's author of the quarter century. He was also the editor of the Evangelical Christian, which was a Toronto magazine which never steered away from controversial topics relevant to the faith issues of the day. So henceforth, evolution, he talked about this one. If you guys look at the beginning, it says, in this humorous poem, James H. Hunter demonstrates the idea of evolution. As you read this poem, try to pick out the ideas that go against the biblical account of creation. Okay, we know that the Bible says that we were created by God, obviously, at the beginning of the world. But in evolution, if you've never heard the term before, I think that's a pretty common term that we should probably all know, is that with evolution, they truly believe that we evolved from animals or apes. We evolved from, there was like a tiny speck that then it randomly, spontaneously combusted into the earth. Different evolutionary facts that evolution teaches that are obviously counter our biblical faith, or against our biblical faith. Okay? So in this poem by James H. Hunter, the theme is the revealing of the inaccuracies of evolution. Okay? Revealing the inaccuracies, or obviously the incorrectness or the wrongness of evolution. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and read it together. Look at the first paragraph. Once I was a tadpole grubbing in the mire, till I became ambitious and started to aspire. I rubbed my tail so vigorously against a sunken log, it disappeared completely, and I found myself a frog. Do you think that's how frogs became to be, class? No. I struggled from my puddle, and I jumped upon dry land, and the feeling that was in me was glorious and grand. It made me kind of frisky, so I hopped around a tree till I landed in the branches, as happy as could be. So now that he's on dry land, it's saying that he's developing these feelings like a person does. So then he starts to hop around, and then he is happy. Look at the third paragraph. And there I spent some eons, which is an indefinitely long period of time. I spent some eons evoluting, which is evolving or developing gradually. So long periods of time just changing, okay, without fail, till I became a monkey and grew another tail. But still I had ambitions as the eons quickly sped, so I descended from the tree and walked the earth instead. So here we have him walking around the earth, becoming eventually a human, till I got my tail tired with trailing on the hard ground every day, and twice within my process that appendage passed away. Once again, I evoluted, and believe it if you can. I woke one summer morning and found myself a man. Now, you tadpoles in the mire, just think what you may be if you'll only, in your puddles, start to climb the family tree. I am the genus Homo, which is the biological name for man. Finished for all the world to see, for when I told my story, I was given a PhD. So we see that there's just obviously kind of poking fun at evolution. With James H. Hunter, we saw that he did write for a magazine that kind of told the biblical view of a lot of their, their controversial topics of their day. Tyler, please sit up. Okay, so obviously evolution, back then they were trying to figure out all the doctrines, obviously, and people teaching these doctrines of evolution, and then he wrote this poem as kind of like a humorous thing to poke fun at evolution. All right, look at naming of cats. Naming of cats, page 239. Man, and my slide actually had a cat on it. Bummer. I can just show you. Here's my slide. It's a little cat. I found it on the internet. All right, so, Woo. What? A grumpy cat? Oh, the meme grumpy cat? Gotcha. Maybe. All right, let's look at the naming of cats. This was written by T.S. Eliot. He is an author to know, so make sure you mark him. T.S. Eliot, he was born in St. Louis. Look at the very bottom of your page. He was born in St. Louis, but he moved to England and he became a British citizen. Eliot is known for his essays and dramas, including his famous play, Murder in the Cathedral. He is mostly remembered, however, for his revolutionary contributions to the 20th century poetry, notably The Wasteland. His Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats, from which this selection was taken, is a volume of light poetry. So he was a man that just wrote a book about cats, I guess, and this is one of the poems that was taken out of that book, okay? Let's look at the intro. Like people, many cats seem to have a personality all on their own. How many of you guys have cats? How many of you have cats but that you hate them? So, how many of you are a cat person? You like cats? Natalie, I'm not surprised that you're a cat person. You like cats? Jose likes cats. It's surprising. Aaron, you like cats? That is also surprising. Jaden likes cats. What's your cat's name again? Jerry. Guys, pray for Jaden's cat, Jerry. He's being tortured every day. But anyway, so the naming of cats. The theme of this is methods of identity. Okay, obviously we see that there is a naming of cats. So that's the theme. It's just showing us methods of identity, okay? And we'll see it throughout the work. All right, let's look at the poem. The naming of cats is a difficult matter. It isn't just one of your holiday games. You may think at first, I'm as mad as a hatter. Look at that, as mad as a hatter. Who remembers what term uses words like, as, resembles to? A simile. So here we see a simile. It says, I'm as mad as a hatter. So like obviously the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland, someone who's crazy. So you may think that I'm crazy or I'm as mad as a hatter when I tell you a cat must have 3 different names. So he's kind of stressing that. First of all, there's the name that the family use daily, such as Peter, Augustus, Alonzo, or James, or Jerry, just kidding. Such as Victor or Jonathan, George or Bill Bailey. It's just something that the family calls the cat name. All of them sensible everyday names. So that's the first name. Look at these. There are fancier names if you think they sound sweeter for the gentlemen, some for the dames, such as Plato, Admetus, Electra, Demeter, but all of them sensible everyday names, okay? So the second kind of name, but I tell you, a cat needs a name that's particular, a name that's peculiar, and more dignified. Else how can he keep up his tail perpendicular, or spread out his whiskers, or cherish his pride? Of names of this kind, I can give you a quorum, which is, where is that? A select group. Thank you, Bella. So this one would be such as Monkastrap, Quaxo, or Coracopat, such as Bomba Lorena, or else Jellylorum. Names that never belong to more than one cat. So he thinks that a cat needs obviously the normal name that you would call your cat by, also an interesting name that would kind of cause him to cherish his pride, spread out his whiskers, just a unique name that he would have. But above all and beyond, there's still one name left over, and that is the name that you will never guess, the name that no human research can ever discover, but the cat himself knows and will never confess. When you notice a cat in profound meditation, which means intellectually deep, he's meditating. The reason I tell you is always the same. His mind is engaged in a rapt contemplation of the thought of his name, his ineffable, effable, ineffable, deep, and inscrutable singular name. So it's kind of also another humorous poem of the naming of cats. So they have the name that, their family calls them or their owner calls them. They have a name, like a unique name, and then a name that only the cat knows, okay? And it kind of makes you wonder if this was true, if cats actually call themselves, if they talk to each other and have their own names. What'd you say? Interesting. But yeah, so that is just a humorous poem of the naming of cats, okay? So you want to know T.S. Eliot, he wrote The Naming of Cats. The theme is methods of identity. And then tonight for homework, you want to read page 240 to 244, okay? It is Another April written by Jesse Stewart, okay? Page 240 to 244. All right, go ahead and put that away. Take out your grammar books. My favorite class to teach. I think grammar's fine. With literature, the only reason why is because I actually have to study it and look over it, and I actually don't like doing that. All right, go ahead and turn to page 120 in your green books, and then page number 135, I believe. 134 in the blue book, okay? Yesterday we reviewed on what an appositive is. What is the purpose of an appositive? What does that do? John? Not describes. We have adjectives and adverbs that describe. What do appositives do? Look at your rule. Page 118. Joey? Good. And explains or identifies the noun. Okay, so it further explains what it is. All right? So any noun that you may have. Okay, so for example, the ocean is the warmest ocean, is a warm ocean. Okay? So what ocean? All right? The ocean, the Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean would be something that's further explaining my noun, ocean. Okay? So same thing with further explaining different things. It doesn't have to further explain the subject. A lot of the sentences that we've seen are further explaining the subject, but it can just further explain any noun. Okay? So look at our appositives. What is a direct address? What is the definition of a direct address? Okay, talking directly to someone. It's the name of the person to whom the sentence is directed. Okay? So I would say, Joey, turn around. Okay? All this other stuff. Joey is my direct address, but what is my subject? What is the subject of an imperative sentence, class? Understood use. Make sure that we're not confusing that, or like Chase, can you please put your literature book away, your science book away, or whatever book that is away. Okay? So you is my subject, put is my verb, but then Chase is my direct address. All right? So now we're going to learn how to diagram those. John, you have a question? I'll write it on the board after class, okay? But let's look how to diagram them. Look at how we diagram the appositives. Yes, Natalie? Okay? Appositive of the subject. Okay, look at your example. Paul, the great missionary, suffered persecution. Okay, so look at where missionary is. Missionary is my appositive. We see that on the board, or on the book. Paul is my subject, but wherever, note this, guys, everyone look at your book. Emma, sit up, please. It's not nap time. Okay, Paul is my subject. Look at missionary. Missionary is on the same line in parentheses. The reason why it's in parentheses is because it's further explaining whatever that noun is. Okay? Look at if it's the appositive of the PN. Okay, everyone looking on at your book. Okay? Mr. Parker, my neighbor. Okay? Mr. Parker is my PN, but notice how my appositive, further explaining neighbor further explaining who Mr. Parker is, still in parentheses, but notice how it just moved to the predicate nominative. So with a positive, it's going to go on the same line as whatever it's describing, or not describing, further explaining. Okay. You guys can go ahead and see that in your book. Look at compound positives. Okay, same thing here. Anything that's diagrammed with compound, we use what class? What do we use with a compound diagram? A rocket ship. Okay, notice how if there are something further, or there is something that it's further explaining, but there's two of them, just like, look at your example. Only two runners, Xavier and Wyatt, finished the race. Notice how it's in parentheses still, but the rocket ship is now in the parentheses, okay? So positives are always diagrammed within parentheses, okay? Cody, make sure you face forward all the way. Turn your chair all the way forward. Okay, now, and then look at how we diagram a noun of direct address. Okay, because direct addresses are not grammatically related to another part of the sentence, it's not describing anything, it's not functioning as something where we would put it on the line. It's just kind of direct addressing someone you're talking to, so notice how it just goes on a floater line above the diagram. You guys see that? Carlos, did you finish your assignment? You is my subject, did finish is my verb, assignment is my direct object, but notice how Carlos is floating above the line. Okay? That's how we diagram direct addresses. Okay? Go ahead and pull out a sheet of paper and then start on the exercise on page 120 and page 134. That'll be your homework for tonight, numbers 6 through 10. Okay? But let's go ahead and do numbers 1 through 5 together. Okay? Let's go with Jason diagramming number 1, which is John, a disciple of Jesus, wrote 4 books in the New Testament. Come up with the board and do it. Let's have Hudson do number 2. Paris, the capital of France, is a popular tourist attraction. And then let's have Jose do number 3. Zoe, can you quote the Beatitudes from Matthew 5? Okay? Or in the green book, Zoe, give Mr. Smith Oliver Twist, the book from the library. Okay? Go ahead and come up once you are done diagramming it on your paper so that we can see how you did it. Everyone else should be working on your diagrams. Okay, Jason and Hudson, you guys ready? Jose, ready? Do your diagrams. Thank you, Hudson. How's your wrist? Can you get your cast taken off? Awesome. All right, look at number 1. Okay, number 1. John, a disciple of Jesus, wrote 4 books in the New Testament. So Jason did this one. John is my subject. Wrote is my verb. What did he write, class? Books. Good. That's my direct object. Disciple is my appositive written on the same line in parentheses as my subject. Everyone see that? Good. That's number 1. Okay. John, parentheses, disciple, all in the same line. Wrote books. Number 2. Paris, the capital of France, is a popular tourist attraction. Hudson did this one. Paris is my subject. Good. Is my verb. Paris is who or what? What is it, class? Attraction as the PN, going back to Paris. So good, which is why my line is slanted. But capital is my appositive, so therefore it is on the same line as my subject, further explaining my subject. Good. Jose, number 3. Okay, and then number 4. Let's do number 3 in the blue book. Let's go with Ari. You want to diagram number 3 in the blue book? It's a little different than number 3 in the green book. Okay. In the blue book, Ari has Zoe. Can you quote the Beatitudes from Matthew 5? Good. Zoe is my direct address. Note how it is above the line. Everybody see that? Okay, everyone look on the board. You can quote is my subject and verb. Make sure that you underline your entire verb phrase, not just one verb. Remember, there are helper verbs, so can quote. Can quote who or what? Beatitudes. Good. Number 3 in the green book. Zoe, give Mr. Smith Oliver Twist, the book from the library. Okay? Yes, my verb is give, but my subject actually is what, class? It is an understood you. Okay? So, what would I do for an understood you here? Either parentheses or an X. Okay? You give Oliver Twist. What would I do with Zoe? You want to get that? Silence it. Okay. Zoe goes above my diagram because it is direct address. Okay. So that's how I would diagram number 3 in the green book. All right, let's do number 4. Number 4 in the green book. Triple divide peak of the primary American continental divide, a part of the primary American continental divide, is located in Glacier National Park. Go ahead and do that on your paper. The Parthenon, an ancient Greek temple, stands on the Acropolis in Athens. Okay. Number 4 in the green book, triple divide peak, which is part. So part is my appositive. Everyone should have this on their paper. And then my verb is located. Make sure everyone has the words is and located. There are 2 words there for my verb. Same thing in number 4 in the blue book. The Parthenon, that's my subject, which is an ancient Greek temple. Temple is my noun in that phrase, which is in a positive. And then my verb is stands. Good. Go ahead and diagram number 5. Number 5. That man is Mr. Holmes, our history teacher and basketball coach. And then in number 5 in the blue book, it is that man is Mr. Holmes, our milkman. Okay, for those of you who don't have it yet, continue working. How would I diagram my positive in number 5, the blue book, our milkman? Someone come up and do it. Joey? Number 5, how would I diagram? No, on my diagram. Mr. Holmes, that man is Mr. Holmes, our milkman. If it's further explaining Mr. Holmes, what did we say? Where do we diagram of positives? Who can help him out? Jasmine? Where do we put milkman? Bella? After Holmes in parentheses. So you write milkman. Good. You further extend the line. Milkman. Good. Okay, that's how I would diagram our milkman. Milkman, a positive further explaining Mr. Holmes. How would I diagram my compound one in the green book? Basketball coach and teacher. History teacher and basketball coach. Aaron? Good. Close off the parentheses. So that means we close off our bracket and then put a parentheses on the end. Okay, but good. We do need our rocket ship as a compound, a positive. Okay? All right, do number 6 through 10 tonight for homework, okay? Turn that in tomorrow. That is it for grammar. Vocab tonight, if you note your homework, it is list 17, your vocab words and your definitions, number 6 through 10, 2 times. Okay, ask me in a second, okay? So tonight for homework, literature, page 240 to 244. Exercise A, what we were just doing, or the exercise on page 120 in the blue book, green book, page 134 in the blue book, number 6 through 10, diagrams. And then vocab list 17, words and your definitions, your vocab words and definitions, okay? Not the spelling words, your vocab words and your definitions, number 6 through 10 twice. Kayla, I got yours in the tray, so good job. But everyone else, turn that in. You can go ahead and work on that for the remainder of class. That's it for today.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. Let's go ahead and get started. We're on page 234. Page 234, we need to finish up 6.1, dealing with area. Today we're going to talk about what happens if your shape isn't nice and neat. Okay, so we discussed last time the area is just a measurement of a closed shape's surface. That's all it is. However, today we're going to talk about complex figures. These are formed from the combining of two or more simple shapes. One method to find the area of a complex figure is to separate the complex figure into shapes such as rectangles or triangles, whose areas are easy to find, and calculate their areas. Once each area is found, add all the areas together. When separating a complex figure into smaller shapes, we may need to draw auxiliary lines to indicate the new shapes. Now, you'll hear this a lot in mathematics, but auxiliary lines are just any line that you draw to help you solve the problem. Whenever we draw them and they're not part of the original, we draw them as dotted to indicate that we added them. Okay, but that's all it means. Okay, so although an auxiliary line can be drawn between any 2 points, the most useful auxiliary lines are drawn from vertex to vertex or from a vertex to a side, forming a right angle. All right, so let's go through and discuss how this is going to work.
To find the area of a complex figure, first divide the figure into simple shapes whose area can easily be found. Draw any needed auxiliary lines as dotted to show where the complex figure is being separated. This complex figure can be divided into two simple shapes, a square and a rectangle. Next, find the area of each simple shape. Finally, add the area of the simple shapes to get the total area of the complex figure. "21 square inches is the area for the complex figure.
All right, so hopefully that makes sense what we're doing. Give me just a minute. All we're doing is we're taking a shape that we don't have a formula for and we're splitting it up into shapes that we do have a formula for. That's all we're doing. Yes?
Could you have done where you like cut off the 3 inches, put on the bottom right?
In other words, could have done...
You cut the rectangle,
Can I still use the pen?
a square.
I guess not on a video. Essentially drawing here. Okay. The answer to that question is yes, and I've actually thought about that. However, then you have to figure out what the length of this side is, which isn't hard, it's 1. But if you don't have to figure that out, why would you? Like, if we cut it this way, you don't have to solve for anything. Okay, so yes, can you? Yeah, absolutely. It's a matter of should you.
In our books, we have a photo of the
Yeah.
pool. Could we have done it where there's
You could draw the dotted line just as easily the other way. That would have been just fine. Now, not all complex figures are the sum of simple shapes. For some complex figures, the area of a whole must be subtracted. Consider painting an 8-foot by 10-foot wall. The diagram for this is on page 234. That has a 4-foot by 4-foot window. Well, the area to be painted would be less than the area of the whole wall, since the window would not get painted in most circumstances, unless someone's actually crazy. All right, so in that case, we take the wall minus the window, and that's how much area there is to be painted. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're going to look at how to do that here.
Finding the area of a complex figure does not require the use of auxiliary lines when the shapes that are used to form the figure are easily seen. To find the area of the shaded region on the grid, first identify the two simple shapes that are related to the figure, a rectangle and a parallelogram. Notice that only part of the rectangle is shaded and that the whole or area not shaded is a parallelogram. Next, find the area of each simple shape. The formula to find the area of a rectangle is base times height. Since each square is 1 square unit, the rectangle is 7 units wide and 5 units tall. Multiply 7 by 5 to get 35 square units for the area of the rectangle. Now use the formula to find the area of a parallelogram. The parallelogram is 6 units wide and 3 units tall. Multiply 6 by 3 to get 18 square units. Finally, to find the area of the shaded region, subtract the area of the parallelogram or the whole from the area of the rectangle. The shaded area on the grid equals 17 square units.
All right. So that's the idea here, is that either you're going to add if it's making a bigger figure, or if it's a hole in the middle, you're going to subtract. Let's look at example B for one more example. Mr. Turner's backyard is a 24-foot by 18-foot rectangle. His entire backyard is grass except for a 9-foot by 9-foot square garden. What is the area of the grass? Now, there's several reasons why you might actually want to solve something like this. First of all, if you're going to resod or returf the region, you need to know how much you need. Or if you're going to reseed, you need to know how much you need. Or if you're buying weed killer, or, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different scenarios. You need to know how much area your backyard has, unless you want to just like buy extra and then try to deal with returns later. No. Okay, so that's something to consider. So if we take the rectangle, okay, well, base times height, 24 times 18 gives us 432 square feet down here. Okay, so, okay, I'm just not going to try. Yeah, okay, anyway, so we have that area here. Oh yeah, there's a laser pointer thing, I think. Hey. All right, so we have 432 square feet here. That's going to be for a rectangle. Then we find the area of the square. That's right here. You could just as easily say it's base times height and 9 feet and by 9 feet. It doesn't matter. But that's 81. So we have this cutout in our bigger yard, so we're going to subtract. Does that make sense? All right, so you may have to draw this. Just keep that in mind, that you just draw it one piece at a time. Okay, we drew the rectangle, we drew the square. All right, doesn't matter where it is. So rectangle minus the square, 432 minus 81 gives us 351 square feet in our image. So let's go through and practice this a couple different ways. All right, so let's go straight to number 21. This is on page 237 of your textbook, number 21. And let's go through and consider, actually I want to leave this on laser pointer for a minute. Nope, it just went away. All right, so let's consider how we should probably split up the shape. So let's see here. If I cut it this way, then I need to figure out how long this length is. If I cut it this way, I still need to figure out how long this way is. So it doesn't matter really. It really doesn't matter at all. Which way you guys want to cut it?
Up and down. Wait, no. Yeah, up and down. Wait, horizontal? No. Vertical.
Both? No, we're not doing both. All right. No. All right. So you know what? Let's just go and do horizontal. That seemed to be the people groaned when I did it this way.
What?
So let's go ahead and do.
It makes no sense. You still have to figure out the other side.
I know.
That's what I. You guys are.
Okay. Rip. I cannot draw.
Oh, stress.
We'll do that. Okay. So now. All right. Let's see here. If this long side here, can you guys see that dot? Cool. If this long side here is 10 meters, then how long is this side? 5, because we already have 5 meters of that accounted for up here. Does that make sense? So 10 minus 5 gives us 5. This isn't anything new. So for this small one, we have a rectangle. So we have A equals base times height, which is equal to 5 times 4. Okay, and this is the top, I guess. We'll call it that. All right, which gives me what?
20
So this is 20 square meters.
meters squared.
Whatever. All right, for the bottom, it's still a rectangle. So area is going to equal base times height again. My base is going to be 9. My height will be 5.
Wait, question?
Yeah,
The top one is not a square.
correct. That's not a question, though. That's a statement.
No, okay. Question mark at the end. So the top one is not a square.
No, because the measurements are not the same. 4 and 5 are not equal. Therefore, not a square.
What if you did the bottom one, the vertical?
Here?
Yes.
Then it would have been, hold on. Yes, this portion would have been a square then, yes. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all the same. Okay, you're welcome to do it that way if you like, but I accidentally went a little far. Okay. Okay, anyway. So, 9 times 5 is? 45. So that means this piece is 45 square meters. So that means together we have what? 65 squared meters. All right, so far so good? Cool. Next one.
So the meters are being squared.
What?
Did you divide
Yes.
and get just 1 meter not squared? You know how you can square the meters by multiplying by
Hey,
like
hey, Bella. Hey, Bella. Stay on topic. No, we're done. Okay. All right, so first thing first, we need to go through and split up this piece. I'm going to change the color of the pen because it's already pink. All right, and so here's what I'm going to do. This may not be completely obvious right off the beginning, but I'm going to actually cut off all 4 rectangles on the outside. Now, that makes this a square with 8-inch sides. Does that make sense? And then I have 4 rectangles with 1-inch height, 8-inch base. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's deal with the square first. Area is equal to S squared, which is 8 squared, which is 64 inches squared. All right, that was easy. Now, rectangle, for one rectangle, I only have to find it once though, because yay, equal marks. All right, so I only have to find it once. So base times height, my base is 8, my height is 1, which gives me 8. No. I'm not saying I only have to use it once. I only have to do the math once. Okay. Now, how many rectangles are there, though?
4.
So times 4. So how many square inches are represented in total by rectangles?
32 inches.
32 inches squared. Then we add in the square. And we get?
6 inches squared.
There you go. Cool. Make sense? All right, this is the idea here.
What was the last one so I can
65.
wait, where are we?
We're on page 237.
21 and 24.
Okay, I'm going to go back for a minute. You guys should have been writing this down. If I'm doing a problem in your book as an extra example, you should be writing it in. Like, I straight up went through and scanned the images from the book today.
Oh, thank you.
Because, like, normally it would be fine, but, like, diagrams. What are you talking about?
You said you scanned them.
Yeah, I went to the copier, I scanned them, I put it in the PowerPoint. Because the scan just gives you a picture, and then you just insert it like any other picture. Yes? Sure. All right, we're moving on. This is number 22. Make sure it's copied down too. And then I'm not going to go back for the next one, so make sure you guys are copying as we go, because we're going to go through and look at 23 through 26. Ugh. No, just tired. And my hands hurt. Yeah. Both the inside and the outside. My carpal tunnel's acting up. Wind's been biting at my knuckles when I've been directing traffic.
Do you get that from like being in the same position?
But the carpal tunnel, yeah. Because I'm always either using a computer or writing. All right, we're moving on. 23. Okay. Real quick, let's go ahead and start by splitting up this shape. So I'm going to go ahead and split this up. I'm going to cut off the square. Okay. And then let's go ahead. If I cut here, do you see how I end up with the triangle over there? And then if I cut here, I get our triangle, and then I'm left with a rectangle. Let me erase this and try it with red, because that didn't appear like at all.
And then after this, I have a question
That's not much better.
about the test.
I tried. Bella, stay on this lesson or don't interrupt. No, I'm getting done. Okay, I can't handle that though. Okay, you got to wait until after to actually ask the question then. Otherwise, you're interrupting. All right, so first of all, let's go ahead and deal with the square. If I can write today, like at all. All right, so the square, first of all, everything is 1 unit, thank goodness, so we don't have to multiply anything. So 4 units is 4, or 4 squares is 4 units. So the area of a square is equal to s squared, so we have 4 squared, which is 16 square units. Okay, let's go ahead and do with the rectangle next, because it looks like the least scary. A equals base times height. My base is going to be 2 units. And my height will be 4. It doesn't matter which order you do it in. 8 square units. Okay. Then we're going to go through and do the triangles. We have 2 of them, and they are equal, so that's going to allow us to just, which you guys can pretty much tell that they're symmetrical, right? Okay. So area is equal to 1/2 base times height. Good. All right, so my base, if I look at just 1 here, let me go ahead and switch to this. All right, so I'm going to have 1, 2 as my base, and 1, 2, 3, 4 as my height. Good. So I have my base, which is 2, my height, which is 4. Oh, there should be a half in there. Okay, that's a half. I promise it's in there. Okay. Anyway, that's going to cancel, leaving me with just 4 square units. However, there's 2 of them. So we also have an additional 4 square units. Yeah, that's fine. I just wrote it down separately because then we can just add. I know the 16 is like way off, but just kind of go with it. All right, so 6 plus 8 is 14, plus 4 is 16, plus 4 is 20. That's not right. Yeah, it's 32. What am I doing? Six and 8 is 14, plus 4 is 18, plus 4 is 22. There we go. 2 plus 1 is 3. So 32 square units. Because this ended up being 4, this ended up being 4, this ended up being 8, this ended up being 16. Just add it all up. Well, no one claimed this was going to be pretty. All right, 24. All right, we have a parallelogram and a triangle if I cut it right here. What do you want from me? All right, you have a parallelogram and a triangle right here, so let's go ahead and solve for the parallelogram. Is parallelogram 1L or 2? Parallel.
Because it's like 2 lines, 2 L's.
Whatever. Parallelogram. Area is equal to base times height. Okay, its base is 1, 2, 3. You try drawing on something you're not actually drawing on. All right, so the base is 3, and then the height is 1, 2, 3, 4. Each thing here is 1, so we don't have to worry about it. So this gives me 12 square feet. Why I'm doing that one instead of feet squared, I don't know. Then triangle, huh? Okay, that's area equals half base times height, which is going to be half the base of still 3 and a height of 1. Well, it's going to be half of 3, or 1.5 square feet, or 1 1/2.
Doesn't matter which.
No, not really. When we add it together, we have 13.5 square feet, or feet squared. Doesn't matter. I personally prefer the second notation. Square feet, feet squared, same thing. You could also just as easily say 13 1/2 square feet. Like, either way is fine. Half of 3. Half of 3 is 1 1/2. Yep. All right. 25. All right, we have 2 rectangles here. Notice that everything is going to get doubled when we count. So just pay attention to that. So we have our large shape, I guess, which is a rectangle. So we're going to have base times height. Okay. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That means it's going to be 20. Because again, we're multiplying by everything by 2. and then up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so 14. So we have, yeah, 280 square units. Then we have to subtract the small one. Area is still going to equal base times height because it's still a rectangle. And so starting from this point here, we're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 in our base, and then up 1, 2, 3. So 3 in our height. Nope, I'm sorry, we should be doubling them. Yep, I just caught it. So yes, it's 6 and 3, but that means we're going to write 12 and 6. Which, when we multiply those together, what do we get? 72. Now notice that this is a hole in the graph. Okay, so instead of adding now, we're going to subtract. Okay, so this gives me 208 square units. Make sense? All right, let's go on to the next one. Yep. All right, next one, our unit is just 1 square kilometer, so that makes things easy enough. It's already kind of split for us. We just have 2 triangles if you split it there. Okay, so we'll just say left and right. So left triangle, we're going to have a base of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half. Yes? I counted. It's upside down. Like, I don't mean that to be sarcastic at all. It's just, it's half a grid. So, like, what else am I supposed to do with it? We can't ignore it. Yes?
You know how there, if you like swung the bottom one down, wouldn't that complete the what is it, rectangle?
No, because they're different sizes. Yeah. All right. Basically, I'm just treating this as an upside down triangle, by the way. That's all we're doing. You could just as easily count like this side as the base and the other side as the height. It doesn't matter. But I'm just treating it as if it's just upside down because to me that's how my brain works. Okay. Yes?
Why does that have 1 as a half? Does that even really become as a half?
Well, there's a grid here. There's a grid here. I'm halfway through.
Right.
Does that make sense? Like, it's because it is. I don't know what else to tell you.
If we got that wrong on a test,
Then it would be wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a height of 5. All right. Ew. Okay. All right. So 6.5 in fraction is be 6 1/2, which means then we have 13 halves. So this would mean 13 fourths times 5. Okay, we get 65 over 4. Now, that looks horrible. The reason why I went back to fraction instead of decimal is because multiplying the decimals is way harder. Like, at least to me. I know to some people you prefer decimals. That's fine. Go ahead and keep it in decimal. I'm going to make it a fraction because, and you'll see why, it's going to work its way back to a whole number. Okay, and then things cancel. All right, so right triangle is equal to 1/2 base times height again. So we're going to have 1/2 times the base, which is now going to be 1, 2, 3 1/2. So 3 and 1/2. I'll write it that way this time. And the height is the same, so it's still 5. Okay. So I'm going to have half of 3 1/2, which is going to give me 7. So I'm going to get 7 fourths times 5 is going to give me 35 over 4. Notice that we have equivalent denominators, so we can just go ahead and add. So 5 and 5 is 10, carry the 1. 6 and 3 is 9 plus 1 is 10. So we get 104th kilometers squared, which makes it really easy. What is it? 25. 25 square kilometers. You guys see why I went to fractions now? Yep. Okay. Yeah, you would get the exact same answer if you went to decimal. If you want, I can show it to you in blue. If we did all this in decimal, for the left we would get 6.5 times 5. It doesn't matter which order you go in. 25, 32. So 32.5 times 0.5 would be 25, 12, 16. So you get 16.25. Yeah. And then for the right, you would have 3.5 times 5.
Wait, isn't it 0.5?
I'm doing this first. 17. I'm showing that it works fine in decimal. Yes. Typically, fractions will work more friendly because they expect you to work in fractions. Unless it's like, if you're on a grid especially, your only fraction is going to be 1/2. They're not going to go like, you should know 1/4 or something like that. Like, if anything, it's going to be half. Yes? The 4? Here? It happens when you multiply 2 times 2. All right, 25, 35, 37. Why do I start these things? This should have 1 decimal, so 8.75. Okay, which comes from here. See, look, we still get 25 kilometers squared. So it works the exact same way. It just, to me, that's way more work than just working with fractions real quick. Again, personal preference. If you prefer decimals, go for it. But there's both ways if you want to see it. If you don't want to see it, look away. All right. What do you want from me? All right. Moving on. Due tomorrow is homework 6.1 all. I accidentally had 1 through 15 was due tomorrow on the slide yesterday. I do apologize for that. It's included in tonight's homework. That's what's happening there. So hopefully you already did 1 through 15 because I kind of tried to give you guys a heads up. But there are 25 questions on the homework. If you didn't start yesterday, you might want to get started now. Yeah. So you only have like 10 extra questions tonight if you didn't do anything last night. Yes?
Number 10.
Yeah?
So a farmer bought 60,000 square feet rectangular field for his livestock. If the field was 300 feet long, how wide was the field?
Yep. I would do it like I showed you guys how to do number 19 yesterday. Number 19, we went through all that.
Yeah, no, I got 26 meters squared for that. 19.
It was just 26 meters, but yes. But that process is the same process. Okay, you know area is going to equal length times width, right? Okay, so length times your unknown width. The length you're given. There you go. Yep. Okay. All right, any other questions? Yes. Yeah, give me just a second. Any other quick questions? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later.